Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the depths of Skyrim, where shadows danced with ancient whispers, a dormant power stirred. The vast cavern of Blackreach, once the pride of the Dwemer, trembled with an awakening force that threatened to plunge the world above into eternal darkness. As the earth quaked and the luminous fungi flickered, a tale of courage, destiny, and redemption began to unfold. Lyra Snowsong, a young Nord warrior with flowing silver hair and eyes that held the steel of her ancestors, stood at the precipice of her fate. Descended from a forgotten lineage of dragon slayers, she had long dismissed the legends of her family as mere tavern tales. Yet, as she gazed upon the crumbling ruins of a Dwemer city, bathed in the eerie blue glow of Nirnroot, she felt the weight of history settle upon her shoulders. The air crackled with arcane energy as Lyra's fingers traced the intricate engravings on a weathered stone tablet. Symbols of dragons and ancient machines intertwined, telling a story lost to time. As she deciphered the cryptic message, a voice like silk over steel broke the silence. "I wouldn't touch that if I were you, Nord. Some secrets are best left buried," Lyra whirled, her hand instinctively reaching for her sword. Before her stood an Altmer, his golden skin shimmering in the phosphorescent light. Draped in robes of midnight blue, adorned with silver constellations, he exuded an aura of power and mystery. "Who are you?" Lyra demanded, her voice echoing through the cavernous expanse. The Altmer's lips curled into a wry smile. "Thalanir, once of the Thalmor, now. Let's just say I'm a seeker of forgotten truths." As distrust flickered in Lyra's eyes, the ground beneath them shuddered violently. In the distance, a metallic screech pierced the air, followed by the thunderous sound of ancient gears grinding to life. "It seems," Thalanir said, his voice tight with urgency, "that we've awakened something that should have remained in slumber. We must move now." Reluctantly, Lyra nodded, and together they raced through the labyrinthine passages of Blackreach. As they ran, Thalanir spoke of an elven prophecy, of a power that could shroud the world in darkness, and of a chosen warrior born of dragon blood. "The prophecy speaks of unlikely allies," he panted as they ducked beneath a crumbling archway. "A warrior of the north and a mage of the Isles, bound by fate to face the shadow that lies beneath," Lyra scoffed, even as her heart raced with a mix of fear and exhilaration. "And I suppose you think we're these prophesied heroes?" Before Thalanir could respond, a wave of dark energy pulsed through the cavern. The glowing mushrooms dimmed, and an oppressive silence fell over Blackreach. In the distance, a colossal Dwemer construct rose from the depths, its brass body gleaming with an otherworldly light. By the 9, Lyra breathed, her eyes wide with awe and terror. Thalanir's face paled. "It's worse than I feared. That's no mere machine, it's possessed by a Daedric prince." As if in response to his words, a booming laugh echoed through the cavern, shaking loose stones from the ceiling. A voice, ancient and terrible, spoke directly into their minds. "Mortals, you have awakened me from my slumber. Nocturnal, Prince of Shadow and Night, shall now claim this realm and all above it." Lyra and Thalanir exchanged glances, the weight of their tasks suddenly all too real. They were no longer just two individuals thrown together by chance. They were the last hope for Skyrim and perhaps all of Tamriel. In the days that followed, Lyra and Thalanir forged an uneasy alliance. They traversed the treacherous depths of Blackreach, battling twisted Falmer and avoiding the gaze of the Daedric possessed construct that stalked the shadowy corridors. Thalanir's vast knowledge of magic and lore complemented Lyra's martial prowess and innate understanding of the underground realm. As they delved deeper into the heart of Blackreach, they uncovered ancient Dwemer texts that spoke of a failsafe way to purge Daedric influence from their creations. But the path to this salvation was fraught with peril, requiring them to gather 3 artifacts scattered throughout the vast underground realm. Their quest led them through breathtaking vistas of bioluminescent beauty and terrifying encounters with creatures warped by Nocturnal's influence. In a grand chamber adorned with constellations crafted from gleaming soul gems, they recovered the Star of Azura, its pure light a beacon against the encroaching darkness. Deep within a Falmer stronghold, where the air was thick with the stench of corruption, they claimed the skeleton key, its power thrumming with the potential to unlock not just doors, but the very fabric of reality. And in the ruins of a Dwemer observatory, where ancient machinery still charted the movements of stars long hidden from view, they discovered the Oma Infinium, its pages whispering secrets of creation and unmaking. With each artifact recovered, Lyra and Thalanir grew not just in power, but in understanding of themselves, of each other, and of the delicate balance between light and shadow that governed their world. Yet, as they neared their goal, the true nature of their quest became clear. The failsafe required a sacrifice, a merging of opposing forces that would likely consume them both. On the eve of their final confrontation, as they rested in a hidden grotto illuminated by the soft glow of Nirnroot, Lyra turned to Thalanir, her eyes reflecting the phosphorescent light. "Why did you really come here, Thalanir?" "A disgraced Thalmor agent doesn't risk everything for a human realm." Thalanir was silent for a long moment, his gaze fixed on the dancing shadows. "I sought power," he admitted finally, his voice heavy with regret. "I believed that by harnessing the secrets of the Dwemer, I could restore the glory of the Aldmeri dominion. But in my arrogance, I awakened something far beyond my control." Lyra nodded, understanding dawning in her eyes. "And now, Thalanir said, meeting her gaze, "I seek redemption. For my people, for myself, and for all those who will suffer if we fail." As the first light of a new day filtered through cracks in the cavern ceiling, Lyra and Thalanir stood before the towering Dwemer construct, its brass body now a writhing mass of shadow and malevolence. Nocturnal's presence loomed over them, a palpable force of darkness that threatened to snuff out all light. "Foolish mortals," the Daedric prince's voice boomed. "Your efforts are futile. The age of shadow is upon us." Lyra raised the Star of Azura high, its light cutting through the darkness. "Not while we draw breath," she declared, her voice ringing with the power of her dragon blood heritage. Thalanir stepped forward, the skeleton key pulsing in one hand, the Oma Infinium glowing in the other. "We offer a trade, Prince of Shadows. Our essences freely given, in exchange for your retreat." For a moment, the shadows seemed to hesitate. Then, with a roar of fury and desperation, they surged forward. Lyra and Thalanir stood their ground, their hands clasped, the artifacts forming a triangle of power around them. As Nocturnal's essence crashed against their makeshift barrier, they began the ritual. Words of power drawn from the pages of the Oma Infinium spilled from Thalanir's lips. Lyra's voice joined his, her innate connection to the land of Skyrim lending strength to the incantation. The Star of Azura flared with blinding light, while the skeleton key resonated with a deep, unlocking tone. As the ritual reached its crescendo, Lyra and Thalanir locked eyes. In that moment, they saw in each other not Nord and Altmer, not warrior and mage, but kindred spirits united in a cause greater than themselves. With a final, defiant cry, they released the full power of the artifacts. Light and shadow collided in a cataclysmic explosion that shook Blackreach to its very foundations. The Dwemer construct shattered, and Nocturnal's presence was torn from the mortal plane with a scream that echoed through the caverns. As silence fell over Blackreach, the dust settled to reveal Lyra and Thalanir, battered but alive, cradled in a sphere of soft auroral light. The artifacts lay around them, their power spent, but their purpose fulfilled. In the days that followed, as they made their way back to the surface, Lyra and Thalanir marveled at the changes wrought by their ordeal. Blackreach, once a realm of shadow and danger, now pulsed with a new vitality. The darkness had been pushed back, but not vanquished entirely, a reminder of the delicate balance they had fought to restore. As they emerged into the harsh sunlight of Skyrim, blinking against the glare of snow-capped mountains, Lyra turned to Thalanir. "What now?" she asked, her voice carrying the weight of all they had experienced. Thalanir smiled, his eyes reflecting the vast sky above. "Now, my friend, we ensure that the echoes of Blackreach are not forgotten. Our journey may be over, but the task of maintaining balance never ends," and so, as they set off across the tundra, an unlikely pair bound by shared trials and mutual respect, Lyra's snow song and Thalanir carried with them the knowledge that in the depths of darkness, the greatest light can be found not in artifacts of power, but in the unyielding spirit of those who dare to stand against the encroaching night. Story 2. The skies over Solitude darkened as a behemoth of obsidian scales and burning eyes descended upon the proud capital of Skyrim. Its wings, vast as storm clouds, cast a shadow of dread across the land. This was no ordinary dragon, but Nocturnax, self-proclaimed heir of Akatosh, come to claim dominion over mortals and immortals alike. As the city's spires crumbled under the dragon's onslaught, a humble imperial blacksmith named Caius stood transfixed, his forge forgotten, his hammer slipping from calloused fingers. In that moment of terror, as Nocturnax's roar shattered the air, something awakened within Caius, a power as ancient as Nirn itself. Visions flashed before his eyes, a golden dragon shimmering with divine light, a shattered amulet, its fragments scattered across Tamriel, and a face, noble and sorrowful, speaking words that echoed through time. "The blood of kings flows in your veins. Arise, heir of Talos, and claim your destiny." Caius stumbled back, overwhelmed by the revelation. He, a simple smith, the vessel for the soul of Talos? It seemed impossible, yet the power thrumming through his veins spoke of truths beyond mortal comprehension. As Nocturnax's reign of terror spread across Skyrim, Caius found himself thrust into a journey he never sought. Guided by spectral visitations from Martin Septim, last of the Dragonborn emperors, he set out to gather the fragments of the Amulet of Kings, the only hope of challenging Nocturnax's claim to divine heritage. His path led him first to the mist-shrouded marshes of Black Marsh, where he encountered Seeks the Void, an Argonian priestess of Sithis. Her scales gleamed with an otherworldly iridescence, and her eyes held secrets as deep as the Hist itself. "I have foreseen your coming, heir of Talos," she hissed, her forked tongue flicking out to taste the air. "The shadows whisper of your quest, but beware, not all is as it seems." Together, they delved into forgotten Argonian ruins, where they recovered the first fragment of the amulet, its power pulsing in harmony with the beating of Caius's heart. But as they emerged, triumphant, they found themselves face to face with a lithe Khajiit, his fur as black as night, a wicked grin playing across his feline features. "This one is called Darshanji," he purred, twirling a dagger with casual menace. "And this one believes you have something that could fetch a pretty price." What began as a confrontation soon turned to an uneasy alliance. Darshanji, a master thief with a price on his head in half the provinces of Tamriel, proved an invaluable asset in their quest. His nimble fingers and shadowy contacts opened doors that might have otherwise remained forever closed. As their journey took them from the sun-baked sands of Elsewhere to the mist-wreathed spires of High Rock, the unlikely trio faced challenges that tested not just their strength, but the very essence of their beings. In the depths of a Dwemer ruin, where steam hissed from ancient pipes and mechanical spiders skittered in the shadows, they confronted a guardian sphere unlike any other. Its brass surface was etched with Daedric runes, and its core pulsed with a malevolent red light. As Caius raised his sword forged by his own hands, and imbued with the growing power of his divine soul, Seeks the Void chanted in the ancient tongue of the Hist, her magic weaving a protective barrier around them. Darshanji darted in and out of the shadows, his daggers finding weak points in the construct's armor with uncanny precision. In the heat of battle, as steam and sparks filled the air, Caius felt the power of Talos surge within him. With a mighty cry, he brought his sword down upon the guardian sphere, cleaving it in twain. As the construct collapsed, its core revealed the second fragment of the Amulet of Kings. But their victory was short-lived. As Caius reached for the fragment, a vision slammed into him with the force of a Thuum Nocturnax, perched atop the white gold tower, his very presence warping the fabric of reality. Cities burned, and the barriers between Mundus and Oblivion grew thin. "We must hurry," Caius gasped, the weight of his destiny pressing down upon him. Nocturnax grows stronger with each passing day. Their quest led them next to the snow-capped peaks of the Gerald Mountain, where whispers spoke of an ancient Nord tomb that held secrets of the Dragonborn. As they ascended the treacherous slopes, buffeted by winds that cut like knives, Seeks the Void turned to Caius, her eyes troubled. "The spirits are restless," she murmured. "They speak of a choice that lies ahead, one that will shape the fate of all Tamriel." Darshanji, for once solemn, nodded in agreement. This one has felt it too. A crossroads approaches, where shadow and light will blur. Deep within the tomb, they found not just the third fragment of the amulet, but an ornate wall carved with a prophecy in the dragon tongue. As Caius approached, the words began to glow, and knowledge flooded his mind. "When shadow claims the throne of light, and dragon's blood runs cold, the sundered amulet must unite in hands both new and old. But heed this warning, Talos born, for power comes at cost. To save the world you've sworn to guard, a soul must yet be lost." The weight of the prophecy hung heavy in the air as they emerged from the tomb. Caius, his face etched with the burden of his destiny, turned to his companions. "Whatever comes," he said, his voice resonating with newfound authority, "I am glad to have you both by my side." Their final destination was the Imperial City itself, now a twisted reflection of its former glory under Nocturnax's rule. The white gold tower, once a beacon of hope, now pulsed with malevolent energy that set the very air ablaze. As they fought their way through streets teeming with Dedra and corrupted citizens, each of the companions faced their own internal battles. Seeks the Void wrestled with visions of a future where the Hist burned and her people were scattered to the winds. Darshanji, confronted with the destruction of the Empire he had so long profited from, felt the stirring of a conscience he thought long buried. And Caius, with each step towards his destiny, felt the mortal man he had been slipping away, replaced by something both more and less than human. At the foot of the white gold tower, as Nocturnax's roar shook the very foundations of the world, Caius turned to his companions one last time. "Whatever happens," he said, his voice carrying the echo of Talos, "know that you have helped shape the destiny of Tamriel. Your names will be remembered in song and story long after we are gone." With that, he placed the final fragment into the Amulet of Kings. A blinding light erupted from the completed artifact, and Caius felt the full power of Talos surge through him. His mortal form fell away, replaced by a being of pure divine energy. As he ascended the tower, each step burning with holy fire, he heard the voices of all the Dragonborn who had come before him. They lent him their strength, their wisdom, their very essence. At the top, Nocturnax awaited, his massive form blotting out the sun. "So," the dragon rumbled, his voice shaking the heaven, "the pretender arrives. You think to challenge me, mortal? I, who am the true heir of Akadosh." Caius, now more god than man, stood unbowed. "I challenge you not as a mortal," he declared, his voice carrying the power of the Thuum, "but as Talos reborn, protector of Tamriel and all who dwell within her borders." What followed was a battle that would be sung of for ages to come. Dragon and Dragonborn clashed in the skies above the Imperial City, their conflict shaking the very pillars of creation. Thuum met Thuum, claw met divine blade, as two beings of immense power fought for the fate of Tamriel. In the end, it came down to a single moment. Nocturnax, wounded but still terrifyingly powerful, lunged for Caius's throat. In that instant, Caius saw the choice before him, the prophecy's warning made manifest. With a heavy heart, he made his decision. Caius plunged the Amulet of Kings into Nocturnax's chest, directly over the dragon's heart. As the amulet's power surged forth, Caius felt his own essence being drawn into it, merging with Nocturnax's divine spark. A blinding explosion of light engulfed them both. When it faded, Nocturnax was gone, and in his place hovered a being of pure radiance, neither fully Caius nor entirely Nachternax, but something new, a guardian for a new age of Tamriel. As the light of this new divinity spread across the land, healing the wounds inflicted by Nachternax's reign, Seeks the Void and Darshanji stood witness. They knew that while the man they had known as Caius was gone, his sacrifice had ensured a future for all of Tamriel. And so, as dawn broke over a world renewed, the legend of Caius, the reluctant heir of Talos who became a god to save creation, began to spread. In taverns and temples, in the courts of kings and the camps of nomads, his tale would be told and retold, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, hope can forge the most unlikely of heroes. Story 3. In the shadowy underbelly of Riffin, where the canals whispered secrets and the scent of mead mingled with intrigue, the Thieves' Guild unearthed a relic that would shake the very foundations of Tamriel. As moonlight filtered through the mist-shrouded streets, nimble fingers pried open an ancient Dwemer lockbox, revealing a device of incomprehensible power, the chronolith, a crystal that pulsed with the raw essence of time itself. Arya Nightshade, a lithe bosomer with eyes that sparkled like stolen emeralds, felt the weight of destiny settle upon her shoulders as she gazed upon the artifact. Little did she know that this discovery would set in motion a chain of events that would test her resolve, challenge her loyalties, and force her to confront the very nature of reality. As word of the chronolith's power spread through whispered conversations and encoded messages, it caught the attention of the Thalmor, those haughty guardians of Altmer supremacy. Their agents slipped into Riffin-like shadows at dusk, their golden armor concealed beneath dark cloaks, their eyes gleaming with avarice. On a night when the moons hung low and full in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the city, the Thalmor struck. Arya, returning from a successful heist, found the Thieves' Guild's secret entrance awash in blood. Bodies of her fellow thieves lay strewn about, their final expressions frozen in shock and betrayal. At the center of the carnage stood Elenwen, the Thalmor's chief operative, her hands crackling with arcane energy as she clutched the chronolith. Her lips curled into a sneer as she locked eyes with Arya. "You're too late, little thief," Elenwen taunted, her voice dripping with disdain. "The power to reshape history is now in the hands of its rightful owners. The Aldmeri Dominion shall reign supreme, and the mistakes of the past shall be corrected." With a flash of light that seared Arya's vision, Elenwen and her Thalmor agents vanished, leaving behind only the acrid scent of ozone and the bitter taste of failure. Consumed by grief and a burning desire for vengeance, Arya fled into the night. For days, she wandered the wilds of Skyrim, her mind plagued by visions of what the Thalmor might do with the power to manipulate time. It was during this dark period of reflection that fate intervened in the most unexpected way. On the outskirts of Falkreth, as a storm raged and lightning split the sky, Arya encountered a fallen knight of the Vigilant of Stender. Gareth Stormbreaker, once a proud defender against the Daedric forces that threatened Tamriel, now lay broken and battered at the foot of an ancient standing stone. As Arya approached, drawn by a force she couldn't explain, Gareth's eyes flickered open. "You," he rasped, his voice barely audible above the howling wind. "You're the one I've seen in my visions, the thief who holds the key to saving us all." Skeptical but intrigued, Arya helped the fallen knight to shelter. As they huddled in a nearby cave, Gareth revealed the truth of his fall from grace. He had foreseen the Thalmor's acquisition of the chronolith, and in his attempt to prevent it, had been branded a traitor and cast out by his own order. "The chronolith is more than just a tool for manipulating time," Gareth explained, his eyes burning with intensity. "It's a linchpin in the very fabric of reality. If the Thalmor succeed in their plans, they won't just change history, they'll unravel the entire cosmos." As the storm raged outside, Arya and Gareth forged an unlikely alliance. The thief, driven by a thirst for revenge and a newfound sense of purpose, and the fallen knight, seeking redemption and a chance to fulfill his divine mission. Their quest to stop the Thalmor and reclaim the chronolith led them across the breadth of Skyrim and beyond. In the frozen wastes of Winterhold, they delved into the depths of the College of Winterhold's restricted section, uncovering ancient texts that spoke of the chronolith's true nature and the catastrophic consequences of its misuse. High in the throat of the world, they sought the wisdom of the greybeards, whose doom shook the very mountains as they warned of the delicate balance between time and eternity. And in the mist-shrouded forests of Valenwood, Arya's homeland, they discovered an ancient Bosmer ritual site that resonated with the same energy as the chronolith. With each step of their journey, Arya and Gareth grew closer, their initial distrust blossoming into a deep bond forged in the fires of shared adversity. Arya found herself opening up about her past, the tragedy that had led her to a life of thievery, and the emptiness she had tried to fill with stolen treasures. Gareth, in turn, confessed his doubts about the rigid dogma of the vigilance and his struggle to reconcile his faith with the harsh realities of the world. Their path eventually led them to the Crystal Tower in Somerset, the heart of Thalmor power. As they stood before its gleaming spires, Arya turned to Gareth, her eyes filled with a mix of determination and fear. "Whatever happens in there," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, "I want you to know that meeting you, it changed everything. You gave me a purpose beyond myself." Gareth placed a hand on her shoulder, his touch gentle despite the calluses earned from years of wielding a sword. "And you, Arya Nightshade, taught me that redemption can come from the most unexpected places. Together, we will set things right." Infiltrating the Crystal Tower proved to be their greatest challenge yet. Arya's skills as a thief were pushed to their limits as they navigated magical wards, outsmarted patrolling guards, and deciphered ancient Aldmeri puzzles. Gareth's knowledge of divine magic proved invaluable in countering the Thalmor's arcane defenses. At the heart of the tower, in a chamber that seemed to exist outside of normal space and time, they found Elenwen and her inner circle gathered around the chronolith. The artifact hovered above an intricate runic circle, pulsing with energy that distorted the very air around it. "Ah, the little thief returned," Elenwen sneered, her voice echoing unnaturally. "And she's brought a fallen knight. How poetic. You're just in time to witness the rebirth of the Aldmeri Dominion as the one true power in Tamriel know in all of reality." As Thalmor mages began their ritual, reality itself seemed to warp and twist. Visions of alternate timelines flashed before their eyes, a world where the Aldmeri Dominion had never fallen, where humans were enslaved, and the towers of crystal-like law reached into the heavens. Arya and Gareth fought with everything they had. Steel clashed against steel, Thuum shook the chamber's foundations, and arrows found their marks with uncanny precision. But it was Arya's ultimate act of sacrifice that turned the tide. Realizing that the chronolith responded to her Bosmer blood connection to the earth bones that ran deeper than any Altmer magic, Arya threw herself into the heart of the ritual circle. As her essence merged with the chronolith, she saw the entirety of time laid out before her, like the branches of an infinite tree. With a cry that echoed through the ages, Arya exerted her will upon the chronolith. The artifact shattered, its power dispersing in a blinding flash that rewrote the very rules of reality. When the light faded and the dust settled, Elenwen and her Thalmor lay unconscious, their memories of the chronolith and their grand plans wiped clean. Gareth rushed to Arya's side, cradling her as the last motes of chronological energy danced around them. "Arya," he whispered, tears streaming down his face. "What have you done?" Arya smiled weakly, her form flickering between solidity and transparency. "What was necessary," she replied, her voice echoing as if from a great distance. "The chronolith's power couldn't be allowed to exist in our world. But don't worry, my friend. This isn't an end, it's a new beginning." As Arya's physical form faded away, her consciousness expanded, becoming one with the currents of time itself. She had become a guardian of the temporal streams, a protector against those who would seek to abuse the power she had sacrificed herself to contain. Gareth, left alone in the chamber with the unconscious Thalmor, felt the weight of a new purpose settle upon him. He would ensure that the truth of what happened here would never be forgotten, that Arya's sacrifice would be honored, and that the delicate balance of time would be protected. As he made his way out of the Crystal Tower, a small smile played across Gareth's lips, for in the whisper of the wind and the rustle of leaves, he could almost hear Arya's laughter, a promise that though their paths had diverged, their connection would endure beyond the boundaries of time and space. And so, the legend of Arya Nightshade, the thief who stole time itself to save reality, and Gareth Stormbreaker, the fallen knight who found redemption in an unlikely friendship, became a tale whispered in taverns and sung by bards across Tamriel. A reminder that even in the darkest of times, hope can be found in the most unexpected of alliances, and that true heroism often requires the greatest of sacrifices. Story 4. In the frigid reaches of Skyrim, where the auroras danced across star-strewn skies and ancient magic slumbered in glacial tombs, an unnatural darkness descended upon the College of Winterhold. The sun, once a reliable companion in the harsh northern climes, vanished behind a veil of shadow, plunging the world into an eternal twilight. Lyra Moonshadow, a young Dunmer apprentice with hair as white as freshly fallen snow and eyes that glimmered like amethysts in the gloom, stood atop the college's highest tower. She watched in horror as tendrils of inky blackness writhed across the heaven, snuffing out the stars one by one. The air grew thick with an otherworldly chill, and in the distance, beyond the sea of ghosts, ghostly lights pulsed with eldritch energy. As panic gripped the college and whispers of doom spread like wildfire, Archmage Savos aren't vanished without a trace. Accusations flew, fingers pointed at the mysterious disappearance, and the seeds of chaos took root in fertile soil of fear. Lyra, long dismissed for her perceived lack of magical talent, felt a stirring deep within her soul. The shadows that engulfed Winterhold seemed to whisper to her, speaking of ancient pacts and forgotten realms. With the college in disarray and darker forces gathering on the horizon, she knew that she alone must uncover the truth behind the eternal eclipse. Stealing away in the dead of night, a pack of meager supplies on her back and determination burning in her heart, Lyra set out on a perilous journey. Her path led her first to the frozen wastes of the Pale, where she encountered Groknik, an ORC berserker whose rage burned hot enough to melt the very ice beneath his feet. "What brings a slip of a girl like you to this god's forsaken place?" Groknik growled, his breath steaming in the frigid air. Lyra stood her ground, meeting the ORC's fierce gaze. "I seek answers to the darkness that plagues our land. Will you lend me your strength, warrior of the Orsimer?" Something in Lyra's unwavering determination sparked a flame of respect in Groknak's heart. With a nod that spoke volumes, he hefted his massive warhammer and fell in step beside her. Their unlikely duo soon became a trio when they stumbled upon a hidden Falmer enclave deep within a forgotten Dwemer ruin. There, they met Zalara, a blind Falmer scholar whose heightened senses and ancient knowledge would prove invaluable in the trials to come. As Lyra explained their quest, Zalara's sightless eyes seemed to peer into the very fabric of reality. "The eclipse you speak of," the Falmer whispered, her voice like the rustling of old parchment. "It is no natural phenomenon. It speaks of a rift between worlds, a tear in the veil that separates Mundus from oblivion." With Zalara's guidance, the group delved deeper into the mysteries surrounding the eternal eclipse. They traversed treacherous mountain passes where the very rocks seemed to shift beneath their feet, and braved ancient Nordic tombs where Draugr stirred from their millennia-long slumber. In the depths of Blackreach, that vast subterranean realm that sprawled beneath Skyrim's surface, they uncovered an elder scroll hidden away by the Dwemer of old. As Lyra's fingers brushed its surface, visions flooded her mind, glimpses of a cosmic battle between Aedra and Dedra, and at the center of it all, a familiar figure, Archmage Savos Aran. "By the Nine," Lyra gasped, her voice echoing in the cavernous expanse of Blackreach. "The Archmage. He's not the cause of this calamity. He's fighting to prevent it." Groknik, ever pragmatic, grunted. "Then where is he now? And who or what is he fighting?" The answer came in the form of a thunderous roar that shook the very foundations of Blackreach. From the shadows emerged a creature of nightmare, a fusion of Daedric horror and Dwemer construct, its eyes gleaming with malevolent intelligence. Valendrung's beard, Groknik swore, raising his warhammer. "What manner of abomination is this?" Zalara, her unseeing eyes wide with terror, whispered a name that sent chills down their spines. Hermias Mora. As they battled the Daedric monstrosity, narrowly escaping with their lives, the truth began to unfold. The eternal eclipse was the result of a desperate gambit by Savos Aran to prevent Hermias Mora from breaching the barriers between worlds. The Archmage had used forbidden magic to create a temporal stasis, trapping himself and the Daedric prince in an endless loop of conflict. But the spell was weakening, and with each passing moment, Hermias Mora's influence seeped further into Mundus. The ghostly lights they had seen on the horizon were rifts forming between realms, portals through which the horrors of Apocrypha threatened to pour. Armed with this knowledge, Lyra and her companions raced against time to find a way to banish Hermias Mora and restore the natural order. Their quest took them to the far corners of Skyrim and beyond. In the mist-shrouded forests of the Rift, they sought the wisdom of an ancient Spriggan whose roots reached deep into the very heart of Nirn. On the windswept peaks of the throat of the world, they learned forgotten words of power from the reclusive graybeards. And in the soul-searing heat of the Ilikar Desert, they retrieved a shard of Ethereum, a crystal of pure magica that held the key to unraveling Savos Arn's temporal prison. As they journeyed, the bond between Lyra, Groknek, and Zalara deepened. The ORC's gruff exterior softened, revealing a heart as vast and unyielding as the mountains of his homeland. Zalara's millennia of isolation melted away in the warmth of companionship, her vast knowledge finding new purpose in their shared quest. And Lyra, once dismissed as magically inept, discovered wells of power within herself that she had never dreamed possible. The very shadows that had plunged Skyrim into darkness seemed to bend to her will, responding to a birthright she was only beginning to understand. Their path led them back to Winterhold, now a twisted reflection of its former self. The college stood at the epicenter of a maelstrom of eldritch energy, its towers warped and stretched by forces beyond mortal comprehension. As they fought their way through corridors that defied Euclidean geometry and battled creatures born of madness and forbidden knowledge, Lyra's heart raced with a mix of fear and exhilaration. This was what she had been preparing for, what all their trials had led to. In the heart of the college, in a chamber that seemed to exist in multiple planes of reality simultaneously, they found Savos Arn locked in eternal combat with a manifestation of Hermias Mora. Tentacles of shadow and eyes that held the secrets of the universe writhed and watched as the Archmage, sustained by sheer force of will, held the Daedric prince at bay. Lyra, Savos Arn's voice echoed in their minds, strained but unbroken. You must complete the ritual. The knowledge you need, it's within you. It always has been. As Groknek and Zalara moved to support the weakening Archmage, Lyra closed her eyes and delved deep into the wellspring of power that had awakened within her. The shadows around her coalesced, forming intricate patterns that mirrored the movements of the cosmos. With words that seemed to come from the dawn of creation itself, Lyra began to chant. The shard of Ethereum pulsed in her hands, its light cutting through the darkness like a beacon of hope. As the ritual reached its crescendo, Hermias Mora's fury shook the very foundations of reality. Foolish mortals, the Daedric prince's voice boomed, a cacophony of whispers and screams. You cannot hope to comprehend the knowledge I offer, let alone resist it. But Lyra stood firm, her voice rising above the chaos. The power of the Thuum, gifted by the Greybeards, melded with the primal magic of the Spriggan and the arcane energies of the Ethereum shard. In that moment, she was more than just Lyra Moonshadow. She was the embodiment of Mundus itself, rejecting the encroachment of oblivion. With a final, reality-shattering word, Lyra completed the ritual. A blinding light erupted from the Ethereum shard, engulfing Hermias Mora and banishing the Daedric prince back to the depths of oblivion. As the light faded and the twisted geometries of the college began to right themselves, Lyra collapsed, caught in the strong arms of Groknek. Zalara knelt beside them, her sensitive fingers checking for signs of life. She lives, the Falmer scholar announced, relief evident in her voice. Savos Arn, freed from his eternal vigil, approached the group. His eyes, filled with gratitude and a hint of sadness, met Lyra's as she stirred back to consciousness. You have done what I could not, young one, the Archmage said softly. You have saved not just Winterhold, but all of Mundus. As they emerged from the college, they were greeted by a sight that brought tears to their eyes. The eternal eclipse was lifting, and the first rays of dawn painted the sky in hues of gold and pink. The long night was over, and a new day was dawning for Skyrim and the world beyond. In the years that followed, Tales of Lyra Moonshadow and her companions spread throughout Tamriel. They spoke of the Dunmer apprentice who had mastered the shadows, the ORC berserker whose rage had turned to unwavering loyalty, and the Falmer scholar whose wisdom had lit the way through the darkest of times. And in quiet moments, when the moons hung low in the sky and the auroras danced overhead, Lyra would look to the stars and remember. For though the eternal eclipse had passed, its lessons of courage, friendship, and the power that lies dormant within us all would endure for generations to come. Story 5. In the harsh, windswept lands of Skyrim, where ancient stones whispered tales of dragons and heroes long past, a chill, unlike any other, swept across the realm. It was not the bite of winter that caused Nord warriors to shiver in their steel plate, nor the howl of ice wraiths that sent a tremor through the hearts of the brave. No, this was a cold that reached beyond the physical world, touching the very soul of Skyrim itself. Thorold Stormborn, a young dragonborn with eyes the color of Arctic ice and hair as wild as a snow bear's mane, stood atop the throat of the world. The wind whipped around him, carrying not just the sting of frost, but whispers of a truth too terrible to comprehend. Sovngarde, the hallowed realm of Nord heroes, was fading. As Thorold gazed out over the vast expanse of his homeland, he felt the weight of destiny settle upon his shoulders. The souls of the ancient Nords, the very essence of Skyrim's warrior spirit, were vanishing from the eternal halls of valor. With each soul lost, the spiritual fabric of the mortal world weakened, threatening to unravel the very threads of reality. Paarthurnax, the ancient dragon perched atop his word wall, turned his weathered gaze upon the young dragonborn. Dovahkiin, he rumbled, his voice a mixture of wisdom and concern. The balance between the realms is in peril. The time has come for you to embrace your destiny, or flee from it. But know this, the path you choose will shape the fate of not just Skyrim, but all of Nirn. Thorold's heart raced, fear and excitement warring within him. He had long avoided the mantle of Dragonborn, preferring the simple life of a warrior to the complex webs of prophecy and fate. But now, with the very soul of his people at stake, he could run no longer. As if in response to his acceptance of fate, a roar split the sky. Audiving, the crimson dragon once bound to Thorold's will, descended upon the peak. His scales gleamed like freshly spilled blood in the pale sunlight, and his eyes held a mixture of respect and urgency. Thuri, Audiving growled, using the draconic term for lord, I have answered your unspoken call. The winds of change blow fierce, and time grows short. Where shall we fly? Thorold squared his shoulders, his voice carrying the power of the Thuum as he replied to the Greybeards. If anyone can guide us in this dark hour, it is they who commune with the very voice of the sky. The journey to High Hrothgar was swift upon Audiving's wings, yet with each league they covered, Thorold could feel the wrongness in the world growing. The very air seemed thinner, the colors of the world below muted, as if seen through a veil of mist. Within the ancient stone halls of High Hrothgar, Arngir and his fellow Greybeards greeted Thorold with grim faces. Their usual serenity was marred by lines of worry, and the very stones of the monastery seemed to tremble with unspoken dread. Dragonborn, Arngir's voice was barely above a whisper, yet it carried the weight of mountains. We have foreseen this day, the thinning of the veil between worlds, the fading of Sovngarde. It heralds a doom long prophesied, yet hoped never to come to pass. As Arngir spoke of ancient prophecies and cosmic balances, a shadow detached itself from the corner of the room. Thorold's hand flew to his sword, but Arngir raised a calming hand. Peace, Dragonborn. This is Zyra, a Dremora who seeks redemption. She has valuable knowledge that may aid in your quest. Zyra stepped into the light, her obsidian skin gleaming and her eyes burning with an inner fire. Mortal, she purred, her voice carrying echoes of oblivion itself. Your realm stands upon the precipice of oblivion. The souls of Sovngarde do not simply fade. They are being consumed by a force older than time itself. Over the next hours, a plan began to take shape. To save Sovngarde and restore the balance between realms, Thorold would need to journey through the ethereal planes, gathering the lost souls and confronting the entity responsible for their disappearance. But such a journey would require power beyond that of even the Dragonborn. It was Ottaving who provided the key. There is one, the dragon rumble, who might aid us. Durnevir, the undying, trapped between life and death, he walks the boundaries of realm. His knowledge could prove invaluable, and so, with heavy hearts and determination burning in their eyes, an unlikely fellowship was formed. Thorold the reluctant dragonborn, Ottaving the proud dragon ally, Zyra the Dremora seeking redemption, and the spirit of Durnevir, summoned from the soul cairn to guide them through the treacherous paths between worlds. Their journey took them to places beyond mortal comprehension. They soared through skies of liquid starlight in the realm of Aetherius, battled shadows that threatened to unmake reality in the voids between worlds, and walked paths of pure thought and emotion that tested the very core of their beings. In the myriad realms of revelry, they encountered Sanguine, Prince of Debauchery, who offered them a deal too tempting to be true. In the hunting grounds, they raced alongside Hircine's spectral hounds, their bays echoing across infinite forests. And in the depths of Apocrypha, they solved riddles posed by Hermias Mora himself, each correct answer bringing them closer to the truth they sought. With each realm traversed, each trial overcome, Thorold felt his power growing. The voice of the Dragonborn, once a roar of raw might, became a symphony of creation and unmaking. Zyra's quest for redemption began to reshape her very essence, her Daedric nature warring with newfound empathy and understanding. And Ottaving, proud son of Akatosh, found wisdom and patience tempering his fiery nature. At last, they reached the heart of Aetherius, where the boundaries between all realms grew thin. Here, they found the source of Sovgard's plight, an ancient entity, neither Aedra nor Dedra, that fed upon the very essence of heroic souls to maintain the cosmic balance. The being, a swirling vortex of pure energy that hurt the eyes to look upon, spoke directly into their minds. Children of time, it intoned, its voice a cacophony of all voices that had ever been or would be. You stand at the crossroads of eternity. The balance must be maintained. Sovgard's power grows too great, threatening the very fabric of reality. Its diminishment is necessary for the continuation of all. Thorold, his voice carrying the weight of all he had experienced, replied, "There must be another way. The souls of Sovngarde are not merely power, they are the very heart of my people, the embodiment of all we hold dear." The entity paused, considering. There is an alternative, but the price would be great. To maintain the balance, a realm of equal power must be sacrificed. Would you see Sovngarde restored at the cost of unmaking another plane of existence? The choice lay heavy upon Thorold's shoulders. To save his people's afterlife, he would condemn another realm, perhaps even one populated by sentient beings, to oblivion. Yet to do nothing would mean the slow fading of everything the Nords held sacred. It was Zyra who provided an unexpected solution. Stepping forward, her form blazing with newfound purpose, she spoke. What if the sacrifice were not a realm, but a being? I offer myself, my very essence, to restore the balance. Thorold and Ottaving protested, but Zyra silenced them with a look of serene determination. This is my path to redemption, she said softly. Let my sacrifice bridge the gap between realms, my essence becoming the conduit through which the balance is restored. The entity pulsed once more, this time with what might have been approval. It is acceptable, it intoned. The Dremora's sacrifice will restore Sovngarde and maintain the cosmic balance. But know this, Dragonborn, with great power comes great responsibility. The realms will forever be changed by what transpires here, and so, with heavy hearts and tears in their eyes, Thorold and Ottaving watched as Zyra stepped into the swirling vortex of cosmic energy. Her form dissolved, spreading out across the boundaries between realms, becoming a living bridge that would forever connect Sovngarde to the rest of creation. As they returned to Nirn, Thorold could feel the change in the very air around him. Sovngarde was restored, its power no longer fading, but held in perfect balance with the other realms. The souls of Nord heroes once again burned bright in the night sky, a testament to the bravery and sacrifice that had saved them. Yet the victory was bittersweet. Thorold knew that his journey had changed him irrevocably. He was no longer simply the Dragonborn, but a guardian of the delicate balance between realms. And in quiet moments, When the aurora borealis danced across Skyrim's night sky, he would remember Zyra and the ultimate sacrifice she had made for a world not her own. As for Ottaviing, the proud dragon found himself humbled by the events he had witnessed. He vowed to share the wisdom he had gained with his kin, hoping to forge a new era of understanding between dragons and mortals. And so, as dawn broke over Skyrim, painting the snow-capped peaks in hues of gold and pink, a new legend was born. Bards would sing of the dragonborn who walked between worlds, the dragon who learned humility, and the Dremora who found redemption in the most unlikely of places. For in their journey to save Sovngarde, they had not only preserved the past, but also forged a new future one where the boundaries between realms were not barriers, but bridges of understanding and hope. Story 6. In the shimmering heat of Elswere's golden sands, Zahara's paws left no trace as she crept towards the once proud gates of Rimmon. The Khajiit exile's keen eyes, sharp as the crescent moons above, scanned the city's silhouette. Where grand minarets had once pierced the sky, only jagged ruins remained. The air hung heavy with the stench of decay and the whispers of a curse. Zahara's tail twitched with unease as she slipped through the broken gates. The streets, once alive with the melodic chatter of her kin and the enticing aromas of moon sugar confections, now lay silent and desolate. Shadows danced at the corners of her vision, fleeting specters of the vibrant life that had been. As she padded through the empty bazaar, a mournful howl pierced the night. Zahara's fur stood on end as she recognized the cry, not of a beast, but of a Khajiit trapped between forms. The magical plague that had swept through Elswere had done more than ravage bodies. It had severed the sacred bond between her people and the lunar lattice, leaving them locked in grotesque half-transformations. Suddenly, a flash of silver caught Zahara's eye. There, half buried in the sand, lay an amulet bearing the visage of Azura, the Khajiit goddess of magic and prophecy. As Zahara's paw touched the cool metal, a vision exploded behind her eyes. Twin moons, once radiant, now sickly and dim. A shadowy figure, cloaked in writhing darkness, its hands raised to the heaven, and a voice, as ancient as the sands themselves, whispering, "Daughter of Elswere, the fate of your people hangs in the balance. Cleanse the lunar forge, rekindle the moon's light, and break the chains that bind your kin." Gasping, Zahara stumbled back, the amulet clutched to her chest. Her exile, her shame, none of it mattered now. Azura had chosen her for a sacred task, and she would not fail. As dawn's first light crept over the horizon, Zahara set out from Rimmon's ruins, her path leading her towards the Tenmar forest. Legends spoke of an ancient Khajiiti temple hidden in its depths, where the lunar forge, said to be the wellspring of Azura's power, on Nirn lay dormant. For days, Zahara trekked through the shifting sands, her supplies dwindling as the unnatural heat sapped her strength. On the seventh day, as she neared the forest's edge, a blood-curdling screech split the air. A massive winged shape blotted out the sun, and Zahara barely had time to dive for cover before razor-sharp talons raked the ground where she had stood. The beast wheeled overhead, a nightmare fusion of dragon and saber cat, its scales glittering with an oily sheen that spoke of Daedric corruption. As it dove for another attack, a battle cry rang out, and a figure leapt from the nearby rocks, silver sword flashing. The blade bit deep into the creature's flank, and it howled in pain before retreating into the sky. Zahara's rescuer turned, revealing a man clad in the distinctive armor of the vigilance of Stender. "Well met, Khajiit," he said, sheathing his sword. "I am Cassius, hunter of the unholy. What brings you to this cursed land?" Zahara hesitated, her natural wariness of outsiders warring with her desperate need for aid. Finally, she spoke, her voice rough from disuse. "I am Zahara, and I seek to lift the plague that afflicts my people. The goddess Azura has tasked me with cleansing the lunar forge." Cassius's eyes widened. "The lunar forge. I've heard whispers of its power. My order sent me to investigate the source of the corruption spreading from Elswere. Perhaps our paths align for now, together." Zahara and Cassius ventured into the Tenmar forest. The once lush jungle was a twisted mockery of itself, trees writhing with unnatural life and the ground pulsing beneath their feet. As they delved deeper, Zahara felt a pull from Azura's amulet, guiding them towards their goal. On the third day within the forest's depths, they came upon a clearing bathed in sickly purple light. At its center stood an ancient stone circle, and within it, a sight that made Zahara's blood run cold. A group of robed figures surrounded a swirling vortex of dark energy, chanting in a language that set her teeth on edge. Dedra worshippers, Cassius hissed, his hand going to his sword. They must be the source of the plague. Zahara placed a restraining paw on his arm. Wait, she whispered. We are outnumbered. We must be clever. As they watched, the chanting reached a fever pitch, and the vortex expanded, revealing a glimpse of a realm beyond, a place of twisting shadows and malevolent whispers. From its depths emerged a figure that radiated pure malevolence. Namira, the Dedric prince of ancient darkness. My faithful, the entity purred, its voice a discordant melody that set Zahara's fur on end. You have done well. Soon, all of Elsewhere will be shrouded in eternal night, and the Khajiit will be severed from their precious moons forever. Zahara's heart raced. This was the true enemy, not just a plague, but a Dedric prince seeking to corrupt the very essence of her people. She turned to Cassius, determination blazing in her eyes. We must reach the Lunar Forge before it's too late. It's our only hope of stopping this. With careful stealth, they skirted the clearing, following the insistent pull of Azura's amulet. As they delved deeper into the forest's heart, the air grew thick with ancient magic. Finally, they emerged into a vast cavern, illuminated by soft, silvery light. At its center stood the Lunar Forge, a massive stone altar inscribed with constellations and phases of the moons. But where it should have pulsed with celestial energy, it now lay dormant, its surface marred by creeping tendrils of shadow. By the 9, Cassius breathed. The corruption has reached even here. Zahara approached the forge, her paw outstretched. As soon as she touched its surface, visions flooded her mind, the history of her people, the sacred pact with Azura, and the delicate balance maintained by the lunar lattice. She saw, too, how Namira's influence had poisoned that connection, twisting the moon's light into a conduit for darkness. I know what we must do, Zahara said, her voice filled with newfound purpose. But it will be dangerous. Cassius, I need your help. The vigilant nodded grimly. Whatever it takes to vanquish this evil. As Zahara began to channel her innate lunar magic into the forge, Cassius stood guard, his silver sword gleaming. The cavern trembled as ancient energies awoke, and the shadows writhed in protest. Suddenly, a horde of twisted creatures burst into the chamber, Khajiit, warped by Namira's influence into monstrous forms. Cassius met them with blade and prayer, holding the line as Zahara poured every ounce of her being into the cleansing ritual. The battle raged as Zahara's consciousness expanded, touching the very fabric of Nirn and beyond. She felt the moon's pain, their light dimmed by Namira's corruption. With every fiber of her being, she called out to Azura, begging for the strength to set things right. Just when it seemed the tide of darkness would overwhelm them, a brilliant light erupted from the forge. It washed over the cavern, burning away the shadows and restoring the twisted Khajiit to their true forms. Zahara collapsed, exhausted, as the last of the divine energy flowed through her. In the aftermath, as the rescued Khajiit wept with joy and relief, Cassius helped Zahara to her feet. You did it, he said, awe in his voice. The moons shine bright once more. Zahara smiled warily, feeling the renewed connection to the lunar lattice thrumming through her veins. No, my friend, we did it. But our work is not yet done, for though the lunar forge was cleansed and the immediate threat averted, Namira's influence still lingered in the shadows of Elsewhere. Zahara knew that her journey was far from over. With Cassius by her side and Azura's blessing upon her, she would face whatever challenges lay ahead, determined to see her homeland fully restored to its former glory. As they emerged from the cavern, the twin moons shone down upon them, their light pure and strong once more. And in that moment, Zahara felt a spark of hope ignite within her heart, a hope that would light the way through the darkest of nights and guide her people back to the warmth of Azura's embrace. Story 7. In the shadow of the white gold tower, where the echoes of a once mighty empire still whispered through crumbling stone, Lucius hammered at his anvil. Each strike rang out like a heartbeat, steady and true, in the eerie quiet of the Imperial City's abandoned market district. As dusk painted the sky in hues of amber and crimson, the humble blacksmith paused, wiping the sweat from his brow. Little did he know that this twilight hour would mark the end of his simple life and the beginning of an epic journey that would shake the very foundations of Tamriel. A sudden gust of wind extinguished the forge's flames, plunging the workshop into darkness. Lucius reached for his flint, but before he could rekindle the fire, a blinding light filled the room. There, shimmering in the air before him, stood the translucent figure of Emperor Uriel Septim VII, his eyes burning with an otherworldly intensity. Lucius Valerian, the apparition intoned, its voice echoing with the weight of centuries. Destiny calls, and Tamriel's fate rests in your hands. Stunned, Lucius fell to his knees. My emperor, I am but a simple craftsman. Surely there has been some mistake. The ghost's expression softened. There is no mistake, Lucius. The blood of kings flows through your veins, hidden for generations. You alone can reforge the amulet of kings and restore the dragonborn lineage to the ruby throne. As the specter faded, leaving behind the faint scent of dragon fire and destiny, Lucius's mind reeled. The amulet of kings, the most sacred relic of the empire, shattered in the oblivion crisis centuries ago. How could he, a mere blacksmith possibly? His thoughts were interrupted by a commotion outside. Thalmor agents, their golden armor gleaming in the twilight, were ransacking the neighboring shops. Somehow, they had learned of his destiny. There was no time to waste. Gathering only his most essential tools and a small sack of provisions, Lucius slipped out the back of his shop and into the labyrinthine streets of the Imperial City. As he navigated the once grand boulevards, now choked with debris and shadows, memories of the city's former glory danced at the edges of his vision. He could almost hear the laughter of children in the overgrown gardens, smell the spices from long-abandoned market stalls. At the city gates, Lucius hesitated. Beyond lay a Cyrodiil. He barely knew a land ravaged by war, political intrigue, and the slow decay of a fading empire. But the weight of Uriel Septim's words pressed upon him, urging him forward into the unknown. For days, Lucius traveled the Gold Road, keeping to the shadows and avoiding the main trade routes. His dreams were haunted by visions of the Amulet of Kings, its fragments scattered across Tamriel, each pulsing with arcane energy. He saw ancient ruins, mist-shrouded forests, and storm-lashed coasts. But always, lurking at the edges of these visions, he sensed a malevolent presence watching, waiting. On the fifth night, as Lucius made camp in the shelter of a fallen Iliad arch, a twig snapped in the darkness. He spun, hammer raised, only to find himself face to face with an Argonian woman, her scales glinting like polished ebony in the firelight. Peace, warm blood, she hissed, raising empty hands. I mean you no harm. I am seeks hidden truths, and like you, I walk a path shaped by the divines. Lucius lowered his weapon warily. How do you know of my quest? The Argonian's eyes glimmered with amusement. The hissed whispers many secrets, friend. I have seen the threads of fate that bind us. You seek to reforge an empire. I seek redemption for a life of shadows and theft. Perhaps our paths intertwine for a reason. Though still suspicious, Lucius felt a glimmer of hope. An ally, even one with a questionable past, could mean the difference between success and failure. Very well, he said. But know this, betray me, and you betray the future of Tamriel itself. Seeks hidden truths nodded solemnly. May the hist strike me down if I prove false. As dawn broke, the unlikely pair set out towards the Gerald Mountain. Lucius's visions had shown him the first fragment of the amulet, hidden in the depths of Sancor Tor, the ancient blade fortress where Tiber Septim himself had received the blessing of Akatosh. The journey was perilous. Bandits and wild beasts stalked the roads, while Thalmor patrols scoured the countryside for any sign of their quarry. Zeke's hidden truths proved her worth many times over, her keen senses and skill with lockpicks opening paths that would have otherwise remained closed. At last, they stood before the imposing gates of Sancor Tor. Centuries of neglect had taken their toll, and an aura of foreboding hung over the crumbling fortress like a shroud. As Lucius placed his hand upon the weathered stone, a shock of recognition coursed through him. This place knew him, welcomed him as kin. Blood of kings indeed, Seek's hidden truths murmured, her eyes wide with wonder. The interior of Sanker Tor was a maze of shadows and whispers. Ancient traps and restless spirits barred their path, but Lucius felt guided by an unseen hand. Each challenge seemed to awaken something within him, memories of battles fought long ago, of coronations and sacred oaths. In the deepest chamber, they found their prize. A single ruby shard, no larger than a coin, pulsed with inner fire upon a weathered altar. As Lucius reached for it, a figure materialized from the gloom, a spectral blade, his armor bearing the scars of ancient battles. "Halt, intruder," the ghost commanded. "Only one of true imperial blood may claim this fragment of divine power." Without hesitation, Lucius stepped forward. "I am Lucius Valerian, descendant of kings and chosen by Akatosh. I claim this shard in the name of Tamriel's salvation." The specter studied him for a long moment, then nodded. "Take it then, and forge anew the covenant between Akatosh and mankind." As Lucius's fingers closed around the shard, visions overwhelmed him. He saw the remaining fragments, one beneath the waves off the coast of Somerset, another deep in the volcanic heart of Vardenfell, others hidden in places of power across the continent. But most troubling of all, he glimpsed a shadowy figure in the depths of the imperial palace, its eyes gleaming with malevolent purpose. Gasping, Lucius stumbled back. Seek's hidden truth steadied him, concern etched on her scaled features. "What did you see?" "Our path forward," Lucius replied grimly, "and the evil that awaits us at its end." As they emerged from Sanker Tor, they found an unexpected figure waiting for them. An Altmer in plain robes, his golden skin marked with the lines of age and worry, stood before a small campfire. "Hold," the Altmer called out, raising his hands in a gesture of peace. "I am Karen, once a battlemage of the Aldmeri Dominion. I have forsaken my oath to the Thalmer, for I have seen the destruction their ambitions will bring. If you truly seek to restore the Empire, I offer my knowledge and my magic in service of your cause." Lucius exchanged a glance with Seek's hidden truths. Trust did not come easily, especially with one who had once served their enemies. And yet, something in Karen's eyes spoke of sincerity and desperation. "Why should we believe you?" Lucius asked. Karen's expression darkened. "Because I have glimpsed the Thalmer's true plan. They seek not just to unmake the Empire, but to unmake reality itself, to undo creation and return to a state of divine immortality. If they succeed, all of Nirn will pay the price." A chill ran down Lucius's spine. The shadowy figure from his vision, could it be connected to this horrific plan? "Very well," he said at last. "But know that if you betray us, the consequences will be dire." Karen bowed his head. "I expect nothing less." And so, the unlikely trio, a blacksmith with the blood of emperors, a reformed thief guided by ancient trees, and a renegade elven mage, set out on a quest to reshape the destiny of Tamriel. With each fragment of the amulet they recovered, Lucius felt the power of his birthright growing stronger. Cities long thought lost were rediscovered, alliances forged with beings of myth and legend. But always, the shadow of the Thalmer's ultimate plan loomed over them. Lucius knew that the final confrontation would take place in the very heart of the Empire, the White Gold Tower itself. There, in the chamber where the covenant between Akatosh and mankind was first sealed, he would face the true architect of Tamriel's woes and determine the fate of all creation. As they journeyed ever onward, Lucius often thought back to his humble forge in the Imperial City. The path ahead was fraught with danger, the burden of destiny heavy upon his shoulders. But with each step, with each fragment of the amulet recovered, he felt more certain of his purpose. He was no longer just Lucius the blacksmith, but Lucius Valerian, heir to the Ruby Throne and forger of a new age for Tamriel. The Amulet of Kings would be reborn, the dragonborn lineage restored, and perhaps in the crucible of this great struggle, a new empire would be forged, one strong enough to withstand the storms that raged on the horizon. Story 8. In the heart of Valenwood, where ancient trees whispered secrets older than time, Arya notched an arrow to her bow. The young Bosmer huntress crouched motionless, her keen eyes fixed on a shimmer of movement in the verdant undergrowth. But as she prepared to release her shot, a haunting melody drifted through the forest, causing the very leaves to quiver with its power. Arya's fingers slackened, the arrow falling forgotten to the mossy ground. The song spoke to something deep within her, awakening a power she had never known she possessed. As the last notes faded, she found herself standing in a moonlit glade she didn't recognize, surrounded by spectral figures that seemed woven from starlight and shadow. "Welcome, Arya Nightsong," intoned a voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Last daughter of Yuffer, the time has come for you to claim your birthright." Confusion and wonder warred within Arya's heart. "I don't understand," she whispered. "I'm just a simple hunter. Who are you? What birthright do you speak of?" The figures coalesced into a single form, a majestic stag with antlers that branched endlessly towards the stars. "I am the echo of Yuffer, the storyteller," it said. "And you, child, are the last of his bloodline, keeper of the songs that shape reality itself." Before Arya could process this revelation, a bone-chilling howl shattered the tranquility of the glade. The spectral stag's form flickered. "The wild hunt comes," it warned. "Seek out the shadow walkers. Learn to use your gift." The fate of Valenwood of all Tamriel hangs in the balance. With a final, mournful bugle, the apparition vanished, leaving Arya alone in the now dark forest. The howls grew closer, accompanied by the sound of snapping branches and feral growls. Heart pounding, she fled deeper into the woods, her mind reeling from the impossible truths that had been thrust upon her. For days, Arya ran, pausing only for brief moments of rest. The wild hunt pursued her relentlessly, always just a hair's breadth behind. She caught glimpses of her pursuers' twisted forms that were neither beast nor mare, led by a towering figure crowned with a rack of obsidian antlers. The huntsman, dark mirror of Yuffer himself, seemed to laugh with every step of the chase. On the seventh day, as Arya's strength began to fail, she stumbled into a hidden grove. Ancient standing stones, carved with symbols that stirred something in her memory, encircled a still pool that reflected impossible constellations. As the baying of the hunt echoed ever closer, shadows seemed to peel away from the stones, resolving into cloaked figures. "Welcome, Nightsong," spoke one of the figures, lowering her hood to reveal features that seemed to shift between Bosmer and beast. "I am Whisper in Leaves of the Shadow Walkers. We've been expecting you." Arya collapsed to her knees, exhaustion and relief washing over her in equal measure. "Please," she gasped, "help me." The wild hunt whisper raised a hand, and the sounds of pursuit suddenly ceased. "Fear not," she said. "This grove is protected by magics older than Valenwood itself. You are safe here, for now." In the days that followed, Arya learned the truth of her heritage. The Shadow Walkers, ancient guardians of the forest's deepest secrets, revealed how Yeffrey's bloodline had been hidden for generations, protecting the power of the storyteller from those who would misuse it. Now, with dark forces rising and the balance of nature itself at risk, Arya's gift had awakened. Under the tutelage of Whisper and the other Shadow Walkers, Arya began to unlock the potential of her voice. She learned to sing melodies that could bend light, command plants, and even alter the flow of time itself. But always, the threat of the wild hunt loomed on the horizon. "The huntsman seeks to corrupt the heart of Valenwood," Whisper explained one evening as they sat beneath a canopy of glowing fungi. "If he succeeds in capturing you and twisting your power to his will, he could reshape all of Tamriel into a dark reflection of the forest primeval." Arya shuddered at the thought. "But why me? Why now?" Whisper's eyes grew distant. "An ancient elven ritual approaches one that occurs only once every 1,000 years. It has the power to seal away primal forces, or unleash them. The huntsman plans to use it to break the barriers between realms, allowing him to extend his hunt across all of Nirn. Then we have to stop him," Arya said, a new determination filling her voice. Whisper nodded gravely. "Indeed. But to do so, you must master your gift fully and face trials that will test you to your very core." The next months were a blur of intense training and harrowing quests. Arya delved into forgotten ruins, deciphering the songs of the ancients. She faced twisted abominations born of corrupted nature, each victory strengthening her resolve. And always she honed her voice, learning to weave increasingly complex melodies of power. But the huntsman was not idle. His forces grew bolder, encroaching ever further into Valenwood's heart. Villages fell silent, their inhabitants transformed into savage beasts that swelled the ranks of the wild hunt. The very trees seemed to groan under the weight of the coming darkness. As the day of the ritual drew near, Arya and the Shadow Walkers prepared for their final, desperate gambit. They would need to penetrate the huntsman's stronghold, a twisted reflection of the great city trees, where the bones of the forest had been warped into nightmare shapes. Under the light of a blood-red moon, Arya led the charge. Her voice rang out, clear and powerful, parting shadows and entangling corrupted beasts. The Shadow Walkers moved like living darkness at her side, their ancient magics complementing her songs. In the heart of the citadel, they found the huntsman himself, surrounded by writhing shadows and the broken forms of fallen Shadow Walkers. His laughter boomed like thunder as he regarded Arya. "Little songbird," he mocked, "do you truly think you can stand against me? I am the primal force of the hunt, the dark shadow cast by Yufri's light. Your pitiful melodies are nothing compared to my power." But Arya stood tall, drawing upon every lesson, every hardship she had endured. "I am Arya Nightsong," she declared, her voice resonating with otherworldly power. "Daughter of Yufr, keeper of the ancient songs, and guardian of Valenwood, and I will not let you destroy all that I hold dear." As the huntsman lunged forward, Arya began to sing. It was a song of life and death, of growth and decay, of the eternal cycle that bound all things. The very air shimmered with the power of her voice, and the corrupted citadel began to crumble around them. The Shadow Walkers lent their voices to hers, weaving a harmony that pierced through the veil between worlds. And as the ritual reached its climax, Arya felt the presence of Yufr himself, lending strength to her song. With a final thunderous chord, reality itself seemed to fracture. The huntsman howled in fury and despair as he was drawn into the rift, his form unraveling like mist in the morning sun. The wild hunt, leaderless, scattered to the winds. As silence fell over the forest once more, Arya sank to her knees, drained but triumphant. The threat had been averted, but she knew that her journey was far from over. As the last of Yufri's bloodline, as the storyteller reborn, she had a responsibility to heal the wounds inflicted upon Valenwood and to stand guard against the darkness that would always seek to corrupt the natural order. Whisper approached, placing a hand on Arya's shoulder. "Well done, Nightsong," she said softly. "But remember, this is only the beginning. The song of the forest is eternal, and now you are its voice." Arya nodded, rising to her feet. As the first light of dawn filtered through the canopy, she took a deep breath and began to sing once more a song of renewal, of hope, and of the unbreakable bond between the Bosmer and their woodland home. And as her voice soared, the trees of Valenwood seemed to stand a little taller, their leaves a little greener, ready to face whatever challenges the future might bring.